Hello. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm still kind of getting things configured a little bit here. Trying a couple of different things here for this one. I don't remember. I guess the last one we did was the Mega Block Eevee. I think I still had two cameras set up for that. I don't have my webcam plugged in anymore. I hadn't been using it on stream, and I unplugged it entirely to use it for the Switch 2. For no particular reason. I just didn't feel like hooking it back up. So I'm only using my phone camera tonight. I think the phone camera has better quality anyway. But I also had to find a good place for it and fiddle with the lighting, because the lights I didn't have plugged in anymore either. So we'll see. We'll see how this works. I'm also using Nintendo Music for the background music tonight. Again, through my phone. So I'm worried about my phone doing all this stuff at once. But it should be fine. They couldn't be that resource intensive, right? It should be completely fine. Can I even get this on screen properly? So yeah, this is what we're doing tonight. You probably can't even see the whole thing on the screen without me moving the camera. So I just won't do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Come on. There you go. Oh, the glare is real. One of the lights is right behind the camera, so that's a thing. I knew this was a thing that they were making. I didn't know it was coming out until a couple weeks ago. We were talking about Lego stuff, and I happened to look and saw that it had come out, and I was like, oh shit, I want to get that. So, I did. We are just using the Mario Kart 8 soundtrack tonight, by the way, in case anyone was curious about that. I usually use they have a playlist on Nintendo Music that just, it's just a master playlist, just has everything in it. And that's started to not be good because they keep adding Zelda playlists, which are like 50% ambient music. So it's not a great playlist anymore, which is kind of unfortunate. So I figured we'd just use Mario Kart 8 tonight. Alright, let me back this properly. Get all the bags laid out. Hey Scarlet, how's it going? Yeah, I don't even remember how I found out about this one. I was like, oh, that looks cool. And then, like, I just kind of put it in the back of my brain, and I was like, yeah, I'll probably get that when it comes out, and then wasn't paying attention. I know I've talked to previous sets that I don't know if anyone's gotten any modern Lego sets. Like, up until Mighty Bowser, that was like the first one I bought. No, that's not right. It was the 3 Hilsa was the first one I got. It was just interesting for me to see how they, oh, that's weird. Some of the tires are just, like, loose. Some of them are in a bag. and then some of them are loose. Okay, here we go. Box empty. Did you play the Liza P DLC yet, Chet? This is Scarlet. I just finished it last night. I had a great time. Would recommend. Oh, I like Zelda music, in general. But it's not great background music, just because, without, like, filtering, just because there's so much just ambient stuff. But yeah, again, for those that haven't seen it, like, they number all the bags so the instructions can tell you, like, hey, this is the bag you're working with now. Instead of just... I feel like when I was a kid, it was just one big bag. And you just unloaded the whole thing, and then you just had to sort through this huge pile of pieces to be able to find what you were looking for. They don't do that anymore. It's very neat and organized. And for those that care about that sort of thing, all of their I haven't seen this yet, but they always say this, that they're starting to move over to paper packaging instead of plastic. So if you care about that sort of thing, that's a thing they've been talking about lately too. It's kind of weird that they released this right as Mario Kart World came out. But it's obviously based on the Mario Kart 8 version. Can you believe that there was, like... So there's 5 years between Super Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64. 4 between that and Super Circuit. 2 until Double Dash. 2 until DS. 3 until Wii. Like, they were really fast there for a while. Then we had to wait 11 years for World. Oh yeah, and then we have our little take things apart tool in case we need that. Haven't played the DLC yet. Yeah, I waited a little bit because when it first came out, it was quick to be heard that the balancing wasn't super good, and like usually I would have went anyway, but as soon as the developers were like, yes, we're working on it, we're gonna get a patch out as soon as possible because we think this can be better. I was like, I'll wait for that. I still think there was a little bit of balancing problems, just a smidgen. It wasn't like experience ruining, but there were a couple of places where I was like, yeah, this could be slightly better, I think. But overall, had a really good time. And it was meaty. I think it was I think it took me about 25 hours to do the whole thing, which I think is pretty solid. So I'm pretty pleased with the length, I think. Well, despite separating everything, you still have to find the pieces sometimes. There it is. I'm always interested by, like... I find the engineering aspect of these sets to be very fascinating. Because it's just... I don't know, you'd think... They obviously have a science for, like, how they create, like, the infrastructure for the inside of these things. They don't just create this big pile of blocks. Which I think, as a kid, getting these sets that weren't necessarily... They were just a bunch of blocks, right? And we just did whatever we wanted. If you were building something solid, you were just making a solid stack of bricks, right? Here, it's Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. I don't know what that means. Is that like your version of Independence Day? All the stuff for the one page. And one thing I like doing about the big Nintendo playlist of just mix it all together. Because usually I use Nintendo music when I'm cooking, so I'm not looking at my phone. So it's fun to be like, you know, play Hurdle with it and be like, huh, what's this from? Obviously, since we're just using Mario Kart 8, it's going to be very... Oh yeah, I know what this is from. No 4th of July off this year. Are you doing something then, I take it? Or are you just going to enjoy a quiet night? I think I was going to have off, but I might change that. I need to talk to Eno about that. Because I think the plan was we were going to just watch movies Friday night. And that's the 4th, right? I think. And Saturday we were going to check out the Monster Hunter update. But I was talking to my mom, and I think she wants to do something on Saturday, since she has off on Saturday. So I'm going to see about swapping those. I worry that my phone is struggling a little bit. I'm hearing some audio glitchiness that I'm not a big fan of. It came out yesterday, right? It was just bad timing for us. For a number of reasons. Doesn't really work for Eno, and I was in the middle of Liza P, so... And thankfully, like... I'm in a really weird space with Wilds, because... I would say that I overall liked it, but I also can't shake this feeling of... I'm not that impressed. So I'm not that eager to jump into it, is what I'm getting at. I'm not sitting here going, oh, I can't wait to play Monster Hunter. When are we gonna play Monster Hunter? I want to play Monster Hunter. I'm just kind of like, yeah, we'll get there when we get there. Maybe I'm just getting old. But I think we were talking a couple nights ago about how I feel like Monster Hunter Wilds and Mario Kart World share this in common, where... To be blunt, I feel like they weren't worth the price. I feel like they still owe me something. Perhaps with Mario Kart a little bit more than Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is more just... I feel like Rise kept us busy way longer. Just way longer. I am pleased that they dropped an extra monster in Title Update 2. Like, I'm happy about that. If it was just one monster again, I might have been kind of like, okay. Just, like, not impressed, you know? So I'm glad they stepped it up a bit. And I think they said, I I don't think they talked about Update 3 or beyond at all, but I do think they said that they will, there is going to be at least Update 4, isn't there? So, like, at least the support is going to last for a while, is what I'm getting at. I maybe feel like the updates should be coming a little bit faster, but, you know, I don't know too much about game development, so I'm not going to try to act like I do. Maybe it takes longer than I realize. Player base for Wilds and Worlds has dropped significantly. Yeah, I don't feel like there's anything to do. And I think a lot of that is that it's tricky phrasing. That's too many pages. Because I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound like I'm saying one thing, and what I mean is something else. I think Wilds is too easy. But what I mean by that isn't the difficulty. What I mean is that you get too many materials for fighting monsters now. So, like, compare the fact that after Wilds, I went back and played the original Monster Hunter, and it took me, like, 14 Rathian kills to make the Rathian armor. I'm not saying it should take that long, because that's way too long. But compare it to Wilds, where you only need to kill something like 2 or 3 times, and you've got everything you need to make the armor, and probably the weapon. It's way too easy to make equipment in Wilds. And I think that's part of the problem, because you didn't have to, like, slow down and engage in the gameplay loop of Monster Hunter and Wilds at all. Like, in a lot of the campaign, I enjoyed the campaign for what it was, but I was also, like, I'm looking forward to finishing the campaign and getting to the Monster Hunter gameplay loop, and by the time I finished the campaign, there was no gameplay loop. It was done. It was like, there's not really anything else to do. So I think they just went overboard with the amount of materials you get from monsters, and they didn't increase how many materials you needed to make armor. And I think that's a lot of my particular issue with the game. Yeah, there's still a couple things that are, like, really hard to get. One we always point out is, certificates are, like, kind of hard to come by, comparatively. And that's usually what will hold you back on making certain weapons. But aside from that, that's like, about it. Otherwise, the actual monster parts come so easy. And double-edged sword, because I think overall this is an improvement. But with the way they separated, which I know I'm getting into the nitty-gritty of it now, because I don't think you've played much Monster Hunter, right? The way they separated the skills between weapon skills and armor skills is overall good, because that means you can just make one armor set, compared to Rise, or any other game before it, where you need to make a different armor set per weapon because you want a completely different set of skills. I think that's a good thing, but on the other hand, that's one less thing to grind. Like, that's one less thing that you have to work towards achieving, which is another thing that just makes it feel like it goes by too quickly. And like I said, overall, I would say I like Wilds, but it also just, I don't know, it feels like there's something missing. I don't know. Maybe not missing. Maybe that's not the right word for it. Like, I found myself talking about different game modes. And that's not really something I've ever, like, just, like, even considered in Monster Hunter. But I was saying about, like, what if they, like, honestly, what if they did something like Night Rain with the, because they already have that, like, the weather system with, like, those storms that come in. What if the storm was, like, you were being pushed into the center, and you had to, like, defeat a monster at the end to, like, clear the storm up or something. Like, just some other kind of mode. Like, I found myself making up those bingo cards just to be, like, give myself a goal, give myself a reason to go out and, like, kill things. I really like the environmental exploration. Like, I think they did good with that, where you can just kind of go out and then just, like, find a monster, and then you, like, start hitting it, and it just starts the quest. That's great. I like how they did that, but it's also, like, it doesn't feel like there's a reason to go do it. Like, it's cool that it's there, but it's also like, yeah, but why? What's the point? You'll get more monster parts that you don't need. Like, it's just, I don't know. I feel like they created a reward problem with Wilds. Because now it's like, well, why do you do anything other than just, like, the joy of playing? Which is fine. I got, like, 140 hours out of just the joy of playing, so it's not the worst thing. Nata is the problem. Nata's terrible. It's unfortunate, because, like, all of the other characters are pretty cool, but he is absolutely terrible. And I hope they don't get the wrong message from that. Like, I hope they don't see people... Because I think people, like, unanimously don't like Nata, right? Which is good. I was worried it was going to be a situation like Pokemon Sword and Shield, where I absolutely hated Hop and I felt like I was the only one, which made me feel like I was crazy. So it's good that, like, I'm not crazy, I guess is what I'm getting at. But on the other hand, I hope Capcom doesn't look at that and go, oh, I guess people don't really want a campaign because they just complained about this one. It's like, no, I feel like the campaign was good. I found the campaign very interesting. I liked how they, like, built suspense and revealed monsters the way they did. It's just Nata was absolutely awful. I remember Eno showed me a video, a clip from Pirate Software, which I don't watch Pirate Software, but Eno showed me this video where he was explaining that the problem with Nata is that he's completely anti-Monster Hunter. Like, he doesn't even fit in the world. His whole thing was like, I don't want you to hunt the monsters because they're just poor monsters. They can't help it. And it's like, but the whole reason we're here is to hunt monsters. He's completely backwards to, like, the entire concept of the game. And I was like, yeah, you know what? True. Like, that's pretty much it. I didn't think about it to that degree, but that's very true that, like, it's very mismatched. Yeah, Hop was like a pretty bad rival. I think he's kind of the epitome of them creating bad rivals. Like, he's just there to boost you up and be like, oh man, my rival's such a good player. Like, he doesn't exist on his own. He's not a character. He just exists to boost other people up. All he does is talk about how good you are and how good his brother is. Like, that's it. That's his whole character. He doesn't have anything else to him. I guess there is a little bit of name that tune happening with even just within Mario Kart 8 because there's so many courses. Problem is all of the city courses just blend together for me. Which I'm assuming that's what this is. Oh, I should have checked. I don't know if I feel like fiddling with it now, but I don't think they have Mario Kart World on Nintendo Music yet, do they? That would have been a cool one to put on. This black piece here is making me nervous because it's not secured at all. Like, when are we gonna put something else on there so to actually keep that there? Like, that's gonna fall off at some point. So you're still going ham on F-Zero, Riley? You said, you have the money set aside for a Switch 2, you're just not pulling the trigger just yet. I actually only just today got my email from Nintendo about buying a Switch 2. So, like, on one hand, a month after release isn't that bad. That's still before Bonanza comes out. So that's not that bad, but on the other hand, like, that would have been the longest month of my life if I was waiting that kind of time. Because I just wish they would have given more of an idea of, like, here's how long you can expect to wait. I don't know what this is. Oh, Riverside Park. That explains it. Didn't play on that course very much. 11 of these things. And like, I'm just gonna pop that off. I'll put it back on once it becomes relevant. This is probably just another city course, if I had to guess. I'm gonna need another 4 of those over on this side at some point. Is the music volume good, by the way? I kinda only just tinkered with it until I was like, that's comfortable for me. And then figured we would troubleshoot it later, if needed. Wanted it to be loud, but not, like, overbearing, you know? It was squeaky clean spring. True, true, that's pretty true. This is obviously the base of the cart itself. I'm gonna be curious to see how much of this is actually, like, you know, visible from the outside. Like, how much of this is actually stuff we're gonna see. I would assume that these flat pieces are probably actually, like, an exterior part of the cart that we're gonna see. What's this whole piece? One wheel. 2 wheel. 2 wheel. 1 of you. 1 of you. 1 of these. It goes here. Now we're gonna have to do another one of those to put on the other side, right? Yep. Yeah. Do you still have a lot of challenges to do in F-Zero, Riley, or are you just playing because you like to play? We still haven't, like, secured that, that bottom black piece. Nearing the end of this bag already. Sounds like Animal Crossing music almost. Super Bell Subway. I'm using how foreign some of the music sounds just because if you, like, hop on and play Mario Kart 8 right now, which there are probably still people playing, it feels like no one plays the original tracks. Like, it feels like it's just DLC. So some of the older tracks feel so foreign now. What the fuck is going on? Hey Alexander, how's it going? Yeah, it doesn't look much of anything right now. Which is how it goes with these bigger Lego sets. The early parts are always like, yeah, this doesn't look like anything. I remember being fascinated doing Bowser in particular, where I was just like, the early, like, it took like several bags before I was like, oh yeah, I understand what part of Bowser this is supposed to be. Because it was all just, like, building from the inside out. Empty pill bottles that I got from my roommate. That I was like, yeah, I'll keep those. They're great for spare Lego parts. So I just have all these pill bottles in the drawer over there that are just, I think most of them are legal. Just a whole bunch of these. Just spare pieces from the question mark block. I'm sure Bowser's in here somewhere. I don't know why. Who knows when any of it's going to be relevant, where I'm going to be like, hey, I wonder if I still have those old parts. I thought it was amusing that, I think it was when I got Bowser, they had a bunch of, like, if you spend a certain amount of money, they give you this free stuff too. And they gave me, like, a bag of, like, Halloween-themed Lego parts or something. And I'm just like, they're all these like small, like, decorative pieces, and I was like, what am I gonna do with these? You never know, though, I guess. Yeah, if they put double dash on people online at some point. Oops. Small bags here. Alright, now I'm gonna just put this aside for a minute, huh? I wish I had a little bit more desk space, that I could, like, sit this here so that you can still see it. But I don't really have the space for that. I guess I could put it over here, but you're not gonna really be able to see it over there anyway, so I'm gonna put it over here. See the new Jurassic Park. Probably not. I don't really go to the theaters very often. I think we were talking about that a couple nights ago. I don't remember why. But they're just kind of... The nearest theater is like 20 minutes away, for starters. And, well, this complaint has been fixed. Because there's two theaters around here, but they're both like 20 minutes away in different directions. One of them has really bad showtimes. Like, I remember trying to get out to see Thunderbolts was like huge. No, not Thunderbolts. Was it Sonic 3? Might have been Deadpool as well. Like, both of those, getting out to see those was a hassle because of my weird-ass schedule. Trying to find good showtimes to actually go see them. But the other one closed for a couple of years because of COVID. But they're open again now, and they have way better showtimes. So it is a little bit more convenient than it used to be, but it takes a bit to fire me up to the point of, oh, I need to go to theaters to see this. I've only seen, I've seen the original trilogy. And I saw Jurassic World. And I liked it. I didn't see the second or the third one. I think I heard both of them were not very good. Oh, is that the concept? Yeah, I don't even know anything about it. I just know they're making it. Or that they did make it. Yeah, I think, Fantastic Four will probably be the next time I go to the theater. So I would like to see that. And then probably won't go again until, like, next year. Probably. It might only be, like, post-credit scene, but I assume they'll set that up. I think they confirmed that Fantastic Four is gonna lead directly into Doomsday. Which feels extremely rushed, but it's also, like, it's just the way it is with this phase, I guess. I think there's things about Phase 4 and 5 that I liked, but that's one that's definitely, like, it's felt very, as far as, like, the climax goes, it's felt very rushed. Like, it's weird that the Avengers movie is going to be Doctor Doom, and we're literally only going to see him in the movie right before it. Like, it's kind of weird. Now, maybe they knew that enough people know who Doctor Doom is that they didn't need to build it up as much. Compared to Thanos, where I think most people didn't know who the hell Thanos was. Until MCU. This is London Loop. You nailed it. I wish I could have put the, like, now playing up on screen in some way, but I don't know how I could have done that with Nintendo Music. I mean, the movies have all been a long time ago, except for that shitty reboot that everyone hated. But then, like, he's also, like, super relevant in, like, everything. Like, wasn't he a big thing in Fortnite? So, like, a lot of kids are even gonna know who he is. He's a big thing in Rivals. I think he was a pretty popular character in, like, Marvel vs. Capcom and such, so, like, I think it's a more known villain, for sure, compared to Thanos. Like, even when they started teasing Thanos, I was like, I have no idea who that is. I remember thinking that he was a Skrull at first. But, like, purple. I was like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. So I think that required a little bit more of them teasing and being like, oh yeah, this guy's a threat. It's gonna be a thing. You just wait. So yeah, if I had to guess, he's either gonna be, like, in the final act of the movie, or he's just gonna be the post-credit scene. See, this is the kind of stuff where I'm like, what the hell are we building right now? I don't really know of the Marvel vs. Capcom lore. I know in Infinite, it was the only reason I was ever interested in Infinite, is Ultron and Sigma merge. Which I was like, oh, that's sick. But then the game itself was pretty... You know. You're not gonna make me say it. Oh, we're gonna have to make 2 of these. Okay, I have no idea what this is. I haven't the faintest. but it exists and it's going on here. Is it gonna be one of the wheels, maybe? Goes here. Well, yeah, Galactus is the main villain. There's a lot of who knows surrounding that movie, mostly due to the fact that they have to set up Doomsday in a rush. Hey, Lamb, how's it going? Not much. It doesn't look like anything yet. I'm curious how it's even gonna... How does Doomsday even become a thing in the main MCU? Because we know that Fantastic Four takes place in another timeline. So it's like, how is that gonna connect? Yeah, it might be for the wheels. That's my best guess. That's why I think it might be more than the post-credit scene, is that I guess they're gonna already know who Doom is. Then they find out that he's leaving to take over another timeline or something, and they chase him. Like, I don't know. And I hope they do it that way, because I think it would be kinda sucky if they didn't already know, because, like, there's supposed to be history there, right? So I hope they're not just like, oh, there's this guy doing evil shit that we gotta go stop. Like, who's this guy? Like, hopefully they're like, oh shit, it's fucking Victor, what's he up to? I'm so behind on Marvel stuff. I gotta get caught up. I didn't even watch Daredevil yet. Now Ironheart's a thing already. The weird thing about these things is, like, they're so loose. That's why I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? But, you know, trust the process. I have a feeling it's gonna be a minute before we see anything about him, is the thing. The annoying thing is they're kind of like in the way right now, since they're just dangling. Four, five, six. Two. Two. And two. I mean, these are in the right place for axles. I think this is the seat. This black area here. Like, I think that's the seat. I think. Now what the hell are we making? Alright, just to show that off a little bit more before I put it aside again. Give Lan a proper recap of where we are so far. Like I said, I think this is the seat. I could be wrong. But that just seems to make sense to me. If that's the seat, And these are the front wheels, the back wheels go back here, and the engine goes there. That just seems to make sense to me so far. I wonder if they started using these... What do they call them? Like the Technic pieces? I wonder if they started using those to reinforce the inside of these things because of, like... They just made way too many of them. Like, I think it's also probably a pretty good way to secure everything as well, but... All in here? No. Yes. The rest are in here. One of those. One of these. One of these. Two of those. And this is one of those cases of I don't even know what these pieces are. Like, I don't think I've ever seen these before. And these are, like, also flimsy, and they're gonna align with these. Are they actually, like, trying to make, like, realistic suspension for these? Is that what's going on here? Oh, okay. Sure. Goes through the middle here. Let's cap. This is weird. This goes over here. Oh, so that... Oh god, does the steering wheel actually work? Is that what we're doing here? I think that might be what's going on. I think it has a functional steering wheel. So now this needs to go here. And then these have to connect to those. I think that's what's happening. I think we're making a functional steering wheel. I didn't expect this to be that involved. Okay. Yep, that's exactly what we just did. I did not expect functional moving parts. Lego fascinates me, man. Hey, Mike. That'd be impressive, because I don't think there's any green parts in this entire set. So that would be extremely impressive if you did that. What was your bizarre internet reaction you mentioned yesterday? I think you caught me like in the aftermath of finishing the DLC, and I couldn't even process anything I was seeing in chat at the time. What sounds like a win? Accidentally making Tip Top, or being so caught up in the aftermath of beating the DLC that I couldn't read chat? Banned from a Twitch chat for mentioning your family? I guess in what context? Like, why did they think that was a bannable offense? Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Ba-ba-da-da-da-dum, bum. Ba-da-da-dum, bum. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Where peace? Oh, it's over here for some reason. That's a weird thing that, like, and it might just be explicitly a me thing. Is sometimes they put pieces like these into the smaller bags, and sometimes they put them into the bigger bags, which really only matters because I split them up like this. But it's just a weird observation. You know, the frustrating thing about Lies of P is I want to watch people play it now. But I don't really know, like, I only have one streamer that played it. So I'm gonna watch his playthrough at some point. But I have a feeling he didn't like it, though. I actually thought about having Eno play his playthrough on Discord screen sharing and streaming it, but I don't think it's a good idea. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but the viewership for Lies of P wasn't very good, so I think committing to that wouldn't really... It would only be for the benefit of I would want to watch it. What the fuck? What are we doing here? It's just a block of bricks, man. You're banned for being full of shit and bragging to make people feel bad. I mean, you're not full of shit. I mean, you are, but not in that way. No fucking way that someone with a wife and kids would be watching a Mario Kart stream. Oh, so the streamer's an idiot. Because that's a horrible take. That's a... like, what? That's a horrible assumption. Mario Kart is, like, super duper mainstream. Like, that's insanity. I actually wasn't thinking about anything in particular. It's just... You didn't watch because you don't want spoilers. That's fair. There was a lot of cool stuff that I think people are going to want to see blind. That's why I didn't watch the one streamer that I watched non-stop. I was like, I'm not going to watch their playthrough because I want to experience it myself. That is completely fair. And I think Eno's gonna play it. I think rigging it up so that we could stream his playthrough isn't necessarily a good use of anyone's time. It's basically just because I want to watch people play it. Which really I could just configure. Configure? That's not the right word. Coordinate. There we go, that's a better word. I could just try to coordinate it to be like, hey, could you, like, only play through on nights that we're doing Discord hangouts so that I can watch? Like, save it for after movies. Did you tell the streamer? I guess you didn't, because you got banned. And I'm guessing you didn't really give a shit to actually, like, fight the ban in any way. Because I wouldn't have. I would have been like, I'll just watch someone else then. Congratulations, you lost a viewer. But did you tell them about how you have a wife and kids and grandkids, and you've played, like, thousands of hours between all the Xenoblade games, like, put together? Would have been curious to see what they thought about that. Accepted it and left. Yeah, I would have done the same thing. I'd have been like... I would have been mad about it, probably. Well, I don't know. Depends on how much I watched them. Like, if I spent a lot of time watching them and then that happened, I would have been like, okay, I'm mad. And I might be grouchy about it for the next couple of days. But if it was a stream I just popped into, I probably would have just laughed about it. Entered the wrong chat. It was full of people who embody characteristics that make people make fun of gamers. Yeah. Pisses me off because the fact they exist makes it difficult to defend our hobby. Yeah. It's a tricky thing, like, with social media and everything, because a lot of gamers are fucking insane. On social media, at least. And I try to regularly remember that... Like, we make fun of, like, the super mainstream, like, casual gamer who only plays Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto, and they only play, like, an hour every 4 days. Like, they're just super casual about it, but they also talk about how it's, like, the most life-changing experience in their life, and it's ridiculous. But, on the other hand, they're just minding their own fucking business, man. They're just... For the most part, I think the people like that are just... They're just... hanging out playing video games. They're like that. They're not doing anything crazy. It's the lunatics on social media that make me be like, where did we go wrong? I was talking to a friend about it a couple nights ago, and I talked about this on stream too. It was during one of the Liza P episodes. I don't remember which one. Like the second one, maybe? Where I took a break, and while I was on break, I was looking at my phone, and I saw a tweet of someone saying that Death Stranding 2 is the game of the year because the character gets realistic sunburn when they've been outside for too long. And I was like, where have we gone wrong? Nothing against Death Stranding 2. I have nothing against it at all. I have no opinion about it at all. But where did we go wrong that people think that that is that level of amazing? Like, what is wrong with people? And it's just, in that moment, I was kind of like, you know what it is that people on social media are fucking insane, and I shouldn't think about it too much. But yeah, I just try to keep that in mind. For every insane gamer I see, there's probably 3 completely normal gamers that are just hanging out and just playing video games and having a good time. The Game of the Year, Kojima's Jeff Keighley's best friend. Yeah, it'll be nominated at least, for sure. And again, I don't have any issues with it. I haven't even watched that much of it. I'd really like to play the first one at some point. Just mentioned how your grandson's a huge Mario fan because of the movie. And then they just couldn't comprehend that? They were like, what are you talking about? So the Virgin. That's what you're talking, what you're saying. Sorry, that's very mean. But it's also very insane behavior to be like, I don't have a wife and kids, so therefore people who have a wife and kids are alien to me, and I don't understand it. Like, that's just crazy. Like, do you not go outside? Like, there's people everywhere, and many of them are married and have children. It's a thing. It's a very real thing. But no, I would say, if most people in the chat were acting weird about that, then I don't think that's a chat you wanted to be a part of anyway. Every time I was a female streamer, really? This is turning into quite the hunk of plastic bricks. It still doesn't look like anything. We're now starting bag 3, and it still doesn't look like anything. I mean, I think my hunch was right, that, like, this is, like, the seat. The steering wheel's gonna be attached to this. Which isn't how steering wheels work. But, whatever. Those are the front wheels. It's starting to come together a little bit. I need 2 of these. Made it very clear that a happily married man is a risk in her checks. I will not be a simp and may in fact dare to criticize her if she said something stupid. Did she actually say that? Once again, probably not. What I'm getting at is that you should come and watch my stream more often, because I don't treat you like that. I don't treat anyone like that, because that's insane behavior. At most, I might judge your taste in games or something. And even that I've been trying to be better about. Got some shiny metal pieces in here. Yeah, it makes sense. I've been streaming super late lately. I actually started kind of early tonight, but there's been a couple of streams over the past, like, week that I've started at, like, 10:30 Eastern. That's funny, I've also accepted the fact that you're wrong about Super Mario World. How does that work? I was thinking about that a little recently because of a streamer I watch who actually does enjoy 2D Mario, like, quite a bit, and Mario in general. Mentioned, like, his top, like, 3 Mario games, and Mario World wasn't one of them. And I was very surprised. I believe his top 3 was, Mario 3, Mario 64, and Mario Odyssey. I was just very surprised that Mario World was not one of them. Now, maybe if he went in the top 5, it still would have been there, but... Then again, like, see, he plays, like, a lot of ROM hacks, but he never plays Mario World ROM hacks. He plays Mario 64 ROM hacks. Ever finished Act 3 of Dragon Quest? No. I'm not even gonna pretend on that one. At least getting back to Xenoblade 3, like, I have intentions of doing that. I don't think I would... I just outright wasn't enjoying the end of Dragon Quest 11. Like, it just hit a point where I was like, I'm not having fun anymore. Which, again, I was watching someone recently who, seemed to have the same take, and I was surprised by. Oh, are those those must be the gas pedals. Gas and brake. Can't compare 3D and 2D, they're fundamentally so different. Yeah, I can see why you would say as much. One is good and one is bad, so... So that's fair. I'm just saying what their opinion was, and that I was surprised by it, is all. Because I fully expected them to be like, oh yeah, #1 Super Mario World for sure. But they didn't even mention it. And oddly, no one in chat was like, hey, what the fuck, what about Super Mario World? Like, everyone was just kind of like, yep. sounds about right. Which was also odd. Let's go back here. What the hell? Okay. Definitely gonna have to build another one of those. Tilt it forward a little bit. Nah, I wouldn't count Yoshi's Island. It's very much a different beast, I think. I do think, like, Mario 3 and Mario World are like the Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 of Mario, right? Where, like, if anyone is going to be talking about which ones are the best one, it's going to be one of those two. Except I think Sonic 3 and Sonic 2 are actually both pretty good. One of these days I'll put my money where my mouth is and actually go play and finish Mario 3 so that I can actually have an opinion on it instead of, well, at least it's nice to look at. So I like it more. Because that's the extent of my... Like, I've tried to play it, but I've never finished it, so I'm kind of like, can I even say that it's better than Mario World? Like, because I don't know. I just know that when I played Mario World for the first time, like 10 years ago, I did not like it. Which I think, to be fair, is a little bit of... When you hype a game up that much, you're kind of setting people up for failure, I think. Because they're just going to be like... You're expecting the game to be like the best thing you've ever played at that point, right? It's natural when people are just hyping things to that degree. And especially when it comes to older games, I think you're going to deal with that a lot, where you're going to be like, this is it? This is what people think is like the greatest thing ever made. You gotta be careful with hyping stuff up, man. Even with Balatro, I found myself, like, when they added that to Game Pass, I was like, oh man, I gotta be careful with this one. This is apparently, like, the best game in the past, like, 20 years. Like, I need to be careful. This might be dangerous to pick up. And then I picked it up and played it, and I was like, it's fine. Like, I didn't dislike it, but I was like, it's fine. I played, like, 5 rounds or something, and I was like, yeah, it's enough. I don't really feel the need to play more than that. This goes on this way. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. First time was only 10 years ago, I get it. Yeah, I think before that, like, the only 2D Mario I had, like, played and beaten was Mario Land 2, which I still really like. Ruined Chrono Trigger for your son, you hyped it up so much. Yeah, you gotta be careful with hype. Because Chrono Trigger is an interesting one, because I often say it's like one of the best RPGs I've ever played. But I don't think I've played it in 25 years. I really need to make time to go back and play it again at some point, and maybe I'll replay it and be like, it's fine, but it hasn't aged super well. Like, I don't know. And the thing that sucks is, I was thinking about this when I finished Liza P last night, because in my, like, closing statement, I was like, this game is great. I give Liza P itself, like, a 9 out of 10. And I give the DLC, like, an 8 out of 10. Like, more people should play this game. I really like it. But then, it's like, there are, like, ifs there, right? Where I'm kind of like, if this, like, style of gameplay isn't for you, then I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. The thing that sucks about that is, like, it can come off as second-guessing yourself, I guess. And being, like you're second-guessing if you actually like the game as much as you do. And, like, that's not the case. I know I do really like it. It's just I am realistic, and I know that it's not necessarily going to be for everyone. And I think that's the thing you got to keep in mind with hype, is you have to look at it as, you have to pay attention to the person you're talking to. What kind of games do they like? I'm gonna go ahead and use them as an example, because I really like this example. And it doesn't paint him in a bad light or anything, so I think it's fine. But many years ago, in the YouTube gaming days, in the before time, in the long ago, I met a man named Dan Marchetti. And he really likes Breath of the Wild, and that's fine. It was an okay game. But many people in his chat were very, oh, you like Breath of the Wild? You should play Wind Waker. You should play Twilight Princess. You should play insert my favorite Zelda game here. And they didn't bother telling him it's nothing like Breath of the Wild. So what happened? He probably went in assuming it was going to be like Breath of the Wild and expecting that he was going to like it, because people were saying, oh, if you like Breath of the Wild, you're going to love this. And from what I remember, he did not like any of the ones he tried. Which is fair, because they kind of set him up for failure. You can't do that to people. You can't just be like, I like this game, so you should play it. You have to pay attention to, like, okay, what kind of games do they like? You can't just, I like game, I recommend game. In some cases you can, but you gotta be careful with that stuff. Because you're meddling with people's expectations. It's your week off and you've been drinking? You don't say. Wear peace. Wear peace. You love Skyward Sword, really? I don't dislike Skyward Sword. I will often defend it, but finding people that like it is extremely rare, so I still have to be like, huh? And to say that you love it is crazy. I wouldn't say I love it. I like it more than the average person does. Which is to say that I like it, because most people just don't like it. It do be a flawed video game, though. I'm not going to try to hide that fact. Like Persona 5, oh, you'll love Roblox. I'd say that that's completely different, but Breath of the Wild really do be a very different Zelda game, so that's actually not that incorrect. I think a lot of people would be like, yeah, but those aren't even the same franchise, so why would you do that? It's like, yeah, but that's how different Breath of the Wild is from other Zelda games. So it's actually, like, pretty accurate. I mean, a great example is, oh, you like Super Mario World, you should play Super Mario Odyssey. It's like, they're completely different games. Oh, you like Sonic Adventure, or you like Sonic 2? You should play Sonic Unleashed. That's a horrible recommendation. Don't do that to people. That's irresponsible. So, are you on vacation for any particular reason, or did you just want to take some time off, or had to use time off before it expired, or whatever? I wonder what these are going to be for. That's probably just structure, if I had to guess. Also like Metroid Other M. Metroid Other M is a good game. I stand by that. And I did like 24 runs of that while I was speedrunning it. And I still am like, that is a good game. I still stand by that. The writing is horrible, but I think otherwise it is a good, enjoyable video game. And I really stand by that because I think it's ridiculous that people judge it on just the writing. Because, like, I'm gonna be blunt, who plays a Metroid game for the writing? Like, no one, right? So why are we suddenly, like, judging that game that hard? Just because of that. It's just silly. Now, I can't speak for Final Fantasy 13. I didn't hate Final Fantasy 13. But it had the same problem that a lot of that era of Final Fantasy game has for me, where I just got bored, eventually. Like, eventually I just hit a point where I was like, I just didn't feel compelled to pick it back up. It was just kind of like, that's enough. Final Fantasy X had the same problem for me. Like, it just hit a point where I was like, it's enough. But you guys know me with RPGs. That's not a new thing with me in RPGs. That's been like that for a while. I've only just admitted to myself that it's a thing, like semi-recently. You were right about the Messenger. I gotta play the Messenger again. Have you played the Messenger? This is a great example. I was talking to a friend recently who only just got into the Metroidvania genre. They played Hollow Knight, and they really liked it. And I was talking to them about it. And I was this close to saying, if you liked Hollow Knight, you should play The Messenger. But then I was like, skirt, pump the brakes. Are those games actually that similar? And I was like, you know what? They aren't. That's a bad recommendation. Because yeah, they're both Metroidvanias, but The Messenger's a very different kind of Metroidvania. I was like, that's an irresponsible recommendation to make. Now, I think when you recommended it to me, I think that was a good recommendation, because I think you probably saw already, hey, this guy likes a wide variety of video games, he'd probably like this. But for me to suggest it to that friend would have been irresponsible of me. Now, they might have still liked it, to be fair. We won't know. I did still point it out. And say, hey, this game is good. But they were kind of like, it looks neat, but maybe not for me. And I was like, yeah, it's fair. They're not much of like a retro gamer. I should clarify. Hot take, every Final Fantasy game has a stupid story. I mean, they're anime RPGs, so yes. That's not to say that they're bad, but there is going to be some level of stupid in there, I think, and you're going to have to be able to embrace that. And that's the thing, like, you're allowed to like stupid things. Like, people are allowed to like stupid things. You just have to acknowledge that I like it, but it's kind of stupid, and therefore not treat it like it's the best game ever. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with being a gamer, and I think that sounds completely insane, but I think it's true. This is on the front. Okay. This goes... There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Hold on, I think I missed a couple of things in chat. I'm gonna scroll back a little bit. You just have to use PTO. Yeah, that makes sense. On the weaker side of Metroidvanias. Yeah, it's more of an action platformer. That's what made me pump the brakes and say, no, this is actually a poor recommendation to make to this particular friend. Next time you recommend a game is when I get to learn something about the person to whom I'm recommending it. Yeah, you have to like get an idea of what their tastes in games are. Otherwise, there's a chance you're gonna recommend something that they're just gonna completely hate. I think a lot of people... I don't know, to be fair, I feel like it used to be a bigger problem on YouTube in particular, that you'd see a lot of people recommending games, and it would be like, what are you talking about? Like, that's a horrible idea. I think we were talking about this, like, last week, about something I'm starting to notice is that just Twitch is way different than YouTube, is really what I'm getting at. But even then, YouTube is way different today than it was a couple years ago. For better or worse. A little bit of better and a little bit of worse. Maybe they may have shilled too hard for the messenger. People thought I was being sponsored. No, I just thought you really liked it. I just read it as he really likes this game. Which, when it's a game that, like, no one's heard of, that stands out. When it's a game that everyone's heard of, it just gets lost in the shuffle. Like, if you were saying the same thing about Undertale, I would have been like, yeah, okay, kid. That's... Alright, that was our end of bag 3. Oh, this is actually the engine we're working on. I got turned around at one point. That's the back of the car. I thought we were on the front still. I think the only thing recognizable is I'm still standing by that this is the seat. Those are the gas and brake pedals. So these are definitely axles. Still much to go. Not sure why it has an entire multiverse of fanfiction. Yeah, the obsession goes a little far. I can definitely obsess over some games, but, like, I don't think I've ever obsessed over anything to that degree. Suck with the Golden Fox. Yeah, I'm not great with the Golden Fox anymore. Since I had to play the Stingray for so long to get those challenges done, I'm kind of, like, bad with the Golden Fox now, which is frustrating. I mean, it's still probably my second best car, but it doesn't feel as good as it once did, for sure. It feels better than... The Wild Goose feels really bad to me now. Dr. Stewart likes the smell of his own farts. He does seem like that kind of guy. You're not wrong. Smug-ass motherfucker. Oh boy, that's a big piece. Alright, so I guess we're putting this aside again for a little bit. So have you been playing anything lately, Mike? Are you still revisiting Xenoblades on Switch 2, or...? Was another thing I was talking about, like, semi-recently, like... I feel like YouTube gaming gave me some, like, bad ideas of, like, what streaming is like. And I'm trying to, like, break free of some of that stuff. Because I like hearing about, like, what people are playing. But I feel like in the YouTube gaming days, that was maybe a... people assumed you didn't want to hear. But I think that's because, like, in the YouTube gaming days, we had so many kids that were just like, I'm playing Fortnite! And it was, like, not a conversation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think YouTube gaming made it too easy for children to find our streams, which made it put a lot of... It gave us a lot of ideas of, like, do's and don'ts with streams that weren't necessarily things that have stood the test of time. Like, look at the self-promo stigma. That's a good one. That used to be such a... It was up there with don't talk about politics and religion, and also don't promote your channel. Whereas now it's like, that feels so demonized that how are you supposed to even network? And that's another thing that I've noticed, it's not a thing on Twitch, like, at all. It's very rare to see someone pop into a chat to be like, hey, I'm going live. You guys, I'm gonna be playing Fortnite soon. Like, remember when that happened on YouTube all the time? That people would pop into chats just to be like, I'm going live now? That, like, I mean, first of all, hasn't happened in years. Seems like the kind of guy who uses the word overrated in every Reddit forum because he thinks it makes him sound sophisticated. He's a Reed Richards kind of guy for sure. Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake for the first... I forgot that came out because HD 2D makes me want to throw up. Honestly, with HDR. My TV doesn't have HDR. I need a new TV anyway, so, like, I'm gonna keep an eye out for that when I decide to take the plunge. Age restrictions for live streaming? What, for, like, the streamer? That on YouTube or on Twitch? I mean, I would assume that... you're not even gonna have the resources to stream below a certain age. So I don't even know if that needs to be policed, really. But on the other hand, I know that it has happened, and there have been problems with it, so... I don't know, I feel like that's a thing that YouTube shouldn't, or Twitch shouldn't have to police. That's a parent thing. Am I wrong? Is that a hot take? YouTube, they're making it so you have to be 16. See, I don't really even see a problem with that. If you're under 16, what are you doing? Like, I don't think you should be trying to stream at that age anyway. So, like, you have better priority. And even as someone who, at that age, I wasn't interested in, like, engaging in school or anything. Like, I was like, this is a waste of my goddamn time, and I'd rather focus on things that I want to do. Like, even from that perspective, I'm like, I don't think you should necessarily be streaming at that age. Do I still think that should be more of a... The parents should be taking care of that instead of YouTube? Yes. Sort of just a test it, but my grandson liked watching me play, so I'm replaying the whole thing. Yay, Mario! Yay, Mario! Hey, Theo? No, you're not coming. What do you mean? To streaming? It's so funny that, like, I only ever got to catch, like, one of your streams. So I can't even be like, oh man, I miss watching your streams. Because, like, I only ever saw, like, one and you were playing the Messenger. It's, like, the only... I might have caught a Xenoblade stream at some point, come to think of it. But I can't even be like, oh man, I miss your streams so much. And on one hand, to be fair... Even if you did start again, I just don't watch streams on YouTube anymore, so I don't know how useful it would be to me anyway. Rare piece. I know there's more. There we go. I don't know what we're building right now. This might be the back axle, maybe? That might be what we're doing. It's going pretty fine, Theo. Again, I don't know what we're currently building. But that's part of the fun. A little bit of mystery. enjoying something a little bit less intense, that's for sure. I had a great time playing Eliza P DLC, but I was also, after last night, I was a little... I need to do something not super intense. I need to chill for a little bit. So I think the timing on this was pretty perfect. Yeah, if you're not first, you're last. Second place on Firefield's really good. Firefield's a hard fucking course. This music sounds so much different when you're not listening to the sound of taking 7 green shells up the ass. Like, without all the sound effects, the music sounds completely different. You just notice things in the music that you just never noticed before. Like that twangy whatever that is. I don't think I've ever noticed that while actually playing on the course. Well, this is weird. They put some of these in this. Oh no, I think they put all of them in here, actually. Never mind. But they put the reverse bracket in the other bag. That's weird. It's a weird thing to say, but I almost feel bad that I haven't touched my Switch in my Switch 2 in a couple days. But I was pretty lasered in on Liza P there for a bit. Then pour my blood and sweat into you just to be runner-up. I'll go to the bathroom. What? Took a turn. Was not where I was expecting that to go. Okay, just go on. Wait, hold on. Yes, they go back here. I think even I think what used to be a yikes mic for me is just I'll still be taken aback, but it's not much more than a oh god. The fuck music is this? This is pretty rad. It's probably one of the city courses, right? Whoop. Okay, the camera's still working, it's fine. Thought I might have broken it for a second. Madrid. Twitch engagement. Oops, I missed the one that's down there. So also need those. I don't know how I feel about the fact that the YouTube viewership tonight is significantly better than it was for Liza P. Because on one hand, it's great that people are interested in seeing stuff like this, but on the other hand, Liza P is really good. Where the fuck were you? Which maybe it was still just too early and there were people who just hadn't played it themselves yet. Could have been a thing, I guess. Figured since I waited a couple weeks that wouldn't have been as much of a problem. But even then, when I did like New Game Plus of Liza P on YouTube that the viewership was really bad, so... It's not a, approved YouTube game. This is, in fact, backwards. I only need one of these? Oh, okay. I see. Hey, okay, there, Theo. That's where we are tonight, so far. After 2.5 hours. Which I guess it should technically be this way. I think this is bag 4 of, I believe there was 17 bags. How was Dragon Quest III? Mike, had you played that? I assume you had played it before, but maybe that's an unfair assumption to make. The original, that is. I really don't know if I'm interested. I really don't like HD2D, and I really want them to stop. But I would like to play another Dragon Quest at some point. It's probably gonna happen through retro achievements. Like, that's probably what's gonna happen. Oh, that's it. way easier than the NES version. And that was still pretty early RPG days. I think they were still kind of figuring it out. Was it in an original mode? I don't know. Dragon Quest XI had a like retro mode. You might be thinking of that. I think Tactics. I think the Tactics remake is gonna have a. You can play through. You can switch back to the original graphics. It could be that. Oh man. Black pieces are tough to work with from a sorting perspective. It's kind of like they're the hardest to see. I don't think the piece I'm looking for is in there. I think it's... Yep, right there. Which I'm glad that Tactics is in HD 2D, because when I heard that there was a Tactics remake, I was like, oh, that's gonna be HD 2D for sure. But they resisted the urge, and I am proud of them. Does that prevent you from dying, or it just nothing can kill you unless you're at 1 HP? That does sound kind of nice. As I get older, I am starting to appreciate like accessibility, like difficulty, stuff like that. Because I mentioned last night, so I have one achievement left in Lies of P DLC, and it's going to involve going into New Game Plus. And when I booted it up after the stream to see what I was getting into, and when I booted up, it asked me like which difficulty setting I wanted to play on, and I was like, oh, I forgot that that was a thing. And that's kind of nice, because that means if I want to just get the achievement and get it done, I can just lower the difficulty if I have to. I didn't, but it's an option if I need it. Which is good, because there's at least one of those bosses that I'm not looking forward to fighting again. But I'll see how... I went ahead on like the standard difficulty. Something that's funny is they only added new difficulties in the DLC. They only added easier difficulties. Sorry. They didn't add harder ones. So the base difficulty is like that's considered the hardest difficulty. I went ahead in on that one, and honestly, I probably should have played the DLC on my New Game Plus file, because it's going way smoother so far. I mean, I'm not far, but... But maybe that's because I'm just already kind of familiar with everything. Like, maybe it's just the experience talking. I think it might be part that and part that my New Game Plus file is level 200 something. What in the fuck is that? Yeah, it seems useful. It at least just makes things less punishing. And that's one thing with difficulties that I just don't like much anymore, is just... Sometimes they're just punishing just for, like, the sake of being punishing and, like, bloating playtime. And that's where I'm kind of like, man, I don't have time for this. Like, come on. Where peace? That is. Yeah, it's tricky because I think there's no standard for difficulty, is I think what makes it difficult, or what makes it tricky. Because some games make their hard mode difficulties like the most brutally punishing thing in the world. And then other games make their easy difficulties like completely brain dead to the point you're not even playing the game. Like you're just ignoring mechanics to just blaze through it as quickly as possible. It's tough to strike a middle ground sometimes, or at least know where the middle ground is. I appreciate that a lot of games these days are starting to get the idea that when they offer you a difficulty setting, they should tell you, hey, this is the standard difficulty setting. Like, this is what, like, this is what we intended for you to play on. More games need to do that. Because oftentimes I boot a game up and I'm like, tell me what the default, like, intended difficulty is. for peace. Oh, it's here, randomly. And even then, there's just, like, I guess it depends on the reason for why you're using a lower difficulty. Because I think wanting to save time because it's grindy is, like, completely fine. Wanting to save time because you're lazy and you just want it handed to you is maybe less okay. But on the other hand, I also find it kind of cringy when people boot up a game and say, give me the hardest possible difficulty, because I want to break my balls on this game. Like, that's also kind of like, come on. Alright, I'm going to take a short break. We're about halfway into the stream. Let's just back down there for now. I won't be long. I just want to take a quick bathroom break. Maybe grab a snack. So I will try to be quick, hang tight. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay. I needed it when we started because I was still like moving lights around and stuff, so it was kind of stuffy and humid and gross in here. Shooters tend to make normal too easy. I could maybe see that. It really varies. I know one that comes to mind is Sonic Frontiers. I thought that on normal was too easy. But even then, at the time, I thought it was comfortable. But then when I played it on hard mode, I was like, I actually have to engage with the mechanics now. I think I like this way more. I think one of the Warriors games had that, where I was like, normal's too easy. I don't remember which one. Might have been Three Hopes. Sure those are the right pieces, because they look more like gold and yellow here than the orange they actually are. But those are the only clear pieces we have, so it's got to be those. Yeah, like, I guess a good example is the Battle Network games. Completing some of the post-game stuff in that was kind of like, I'll take all the help I can get, because it was very grindy. And it wasn't grindy in a way that was, like, I felt like I was proving myself or anything. Kind of grindy just to be grindy. Which was very much a thing in the early 2000s, where games were designed to just take up your time. Which they are now, as well, but in a different way, I think. Yeah. So Theo, if you're still there, what are you up to tonight? What's anyone up to tonight other than Riley? Because I know Riley's playing F-Zero already. I assume Land's at work. No, stop. Phone, what are you doing? Moonview Highway. It sounds like Sonic. Like Forces, specifically. Here. Bum, 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 bum. Hey Raiders, how's it going? Welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well tonight. Hope you had a nice stream. What were you up to tonight? I think we're about 25% of the way through this. It's now actually starting to resemble a Mario Kart. A little bit, kind of, if you use your imagination. It's going pretty well so far. This is a nice decompression after I just finished the Lies of P DLC yesterday. And I had a great time, but it was also extremely stressful, so it's nice to just take it easy for a couple days. Four of those, and 4 of these. And these. Yeah, I'll wait on this. Oh, wait, and I also need... these. And now, since I'm here, we're gonna go ahead and grab these. Yeah, I'm using Nintendo Music for my background tonight. And I just chose the Mario Kart 8 soundtrack because it makes sense. And it's big, so I don't have to worry about, like, hearing repeats or anything. Usually when I use Nintendo Music, they have, like, a master playlist that just has, like, everything in it. But that's been, like, getting progressively worse because of... they keep adding, like, Zelda soundtracks that are, like, 50% ambient music. They're just, like, not really what I was looking for. I was gonna drop a piece sooner or later, but luckily it just is in my lap. 'Tis fine. Okay, now these go... here. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, and then these go. Engine. Exhaust. So I just have to make 2 of these. Let's put that aside for a second. Okay, so I need both of these. Probably every remaining piece that we have out right now, if I had to guess. Those... and not be rolling all over the place. These we need. These. We need these. Those and those and these. Yep, pretty much everything. This is pretty much just emptying us out. You know, I have some criticisms about the Mario Kart 8 DLC, but the music is still really good. I think it's Berlin, yeah. That sounds right. without looking, because looking's been kind of hazardous. So I'm using my phone to both play Nintendo music and broadcast it to my computer, and using my phone's camera. So my phone is being put through the ringer tonight. I don't like this remix of this theme very much. Poisonally. I like the one in World. Hopefully they'll get the World soundtrack on here soon. That's probably like maybe the only thing I like about that game. I don't dislike World. I just feel like it's still got room for improvement, I guess. I think that's like, now it's like officially recognizable, right? Oh, that was it for that bag. I think the plan, by the way, is I assume this is going to be pretty much a 50-50 project. Do the Kart tonight, we'll do Mario tomorrow. But we'll see what happens. I wouldn't mind doing it all in one night, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's a little too big for that. I think this is... I think it's smaller than Bowser and the Question Mark block, but it's still enough that doing it in one stream is probably unrealistic. Unless I go severely overtime to just specifically to knock it out in one stream, but I'm not going to do that. For a number of reasons. mostly, admittedly, content. Then I can get 2 streams out of it. And I don't know what else to do this week. So, you know, it just kind of works out. I already have, Thursday to account for? I don't know what I'm going to do on Thursday. I have no idea. I don't want to start, like, a brand new project, because... since I'm about to take a week off, so I don't want to start a new game and then be like, I guess we're just going to not continue this for a full week. I guess worst case, I could just do more Mario Kart or F-Zero, but I don't know if I'm particularly into either of those options, if I'm honest. I may have F-Zero outed myself. By playing as much of it as we did. Which I had a good time, but I'm still kind of now like, I don't really want to play more F-Zero. Not really. Mario Kart DS's soundtrack is so fucking good. Alright, Theo. I would say we'll be here, but not necessarily. I don't think this is gonna take a full 6 hours, so I'll probably stop a little tonight. But again, we will see. Wear peace. Ah. Bum 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 bum. This is like GameCube sherbet, right? That iconic whistling. That was a brave choice for the soundtrack. Even as a whistling enjoyer, Seems like a bold move. Well, I think we're now officially getting to the point where this is getting difficult to work around, because I don't have quite as much desk space as I'd like. This part's going to be a little monotonous, because we're going to build all this up, and then we're going to have to do it on the other side, too. It'll just be the same thing, except flipped. This is a weird thing, because you'd think that they would just pack that full of just normal bricks, but they're not. I'm sure they have their reasons. Well, that was two, don't I? Oh, there are green pieces. I lied to Mike. Still not enough to accidentally make a tip-tup, I'm pretty sure, but, I mean, who am I to say not to try? Alright. What, you mean on F-Zero, really? Yeah, there's always that one fucking imposter, Kevin. Motherfucker's always on. Who knows what the fuck we're doing now? I'm guessing this is gonna lock in like inside of it, which is like why? I said at the start of the stream, I find like the engineering side of like even making these Lego sets work to be very fascinating. And we're making a thing. You can't say we're not. Okay. Sure enough. So this is just kind of clipping. Okay. Yeah, I feel like the exhaust and engine took it a pretty far away. Some other parts have been a little bit slower to come together, but that does a lot for it. Were you at work tonight, Lan? No, because even if you were at work, you'd probably be home by now, right? Or unless it's more overtime. Flip that upside down. Stick it in there. Okay. I have a feeling this is all going to be just this side of the cart, and then the next bag is going to be the other side. Just with how slow this is building up. Chanting makes this sound like Frozen music. suddenly we're not working on this part anymore. Oh, now we're working on this side. I may have been wrong. Oh, this way. Actually. Ooh. I think I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. Should be easy to fix. Crisis averted. So humid that I have to like regularly check to make sure the pages aren't sticking together, and then I'm accidentally skipping something. Riley, is there a track in Mario Kart 8 that is, like, annoyingly popular? Like, whenever it comes up, everyone votes on it, and to an annoying degree? Because you just see it constantly, and you're sick of it? Or are there too many courses for that to be a problem? Because I remember in Mario Kart 7, it was Music Park. Like, that was the one that came up constantly online. To the point where it was, like, didn't even really like the course that much anymore, because it was just constant. And then when Mario Kart 8 first came out, it was Sunshine Airport. Where, like, to the degree of you saw it in the voting and you were like, oh, I guess we're going to Sunshine Airport, because of course people are going to vote on it. There's probably too many courses in 8 for that to be a problem anymore, but here in Music Park just brought back memories, what can I say? I guess, if anything, it might be annoying in 8 because there's probably several courses that are like that. There are. Which ones? I guess it might depend on the person, too. You guys know me, I'm just very, very variety-pilled, so even something I like, after I've seen enough of it, I'm gonna be like, ugh. And Rainbow Road is exempt from that rule because that's an obvious that people always vote on it. That's just a given. I feel like a lot of the Mario Kart Wii tracks are, like, severely overhyped. So seeing you mention those doesn't particularly surprise me. Did I mess up over here, too? I think I did. I think I put that piece in upside down. It probably doesn't matter, but it's not too hard to fix. Well, maybe it will be hard to fix. Here we go. Because I remember, like... Wait, is that wrong in general? Hold on. I need to go back now to see if... Is this piece... Is this piece wrong, or did they just have me do it differently on the other side? No, I did screw some of it up. Not sure how it got turned around, but it did. Might not have mattered in the long run, but... Those with even mild OCD know how it is. I would have known that it was wrong, you know? This goes in down. This piece goes here. Okay. Problem averted. Yeah, I remember, like, when the DLC, like, even just became a thing, and people were like, here's the tracks that we want to see. There was, like, a lot of people that were like, Mario Kart Wii, Mario Kart Wii, Mario Kart Wii, and especially Wii Rainbow Road. And I was like, man, Mario Kart Wii tracks are, like, kind of bad. Like, what am I missing here? There's a couple that are, like, really good, but I think most of them are really bad. There's a lot of lazy, we just threw half-pipes on everything, because, well, you can trick now. It's very just boring design. DK Summit's another one that's, like, not a very good track, and people were, like, hogging up about it. I was like, it's literally the DS Donkey Kong course and the GameCube Donkey Kong course put into one, except worse in both ways. And then, you know, don't get me started on fucking Coconut Mall. Final stretch of this box. Or bag, rather. Is DK Summit one that people vote on constantly? Are you saying? Yeah, I think it's a pretty shit-ass course. Does Waluigi Stadium come up a lot too? That one's okay. I don't hate that one. I don't really like the Mario Kart 8 version, I guess. Again, they like Mario Kart Wii-ified it. And we're like, hey, half-pipes. Which I think it was also in Mario Kart Wii, to be fair. Bag 7, that looks like a steering column. Alright, we're getting there. We do be getting there. It looks like half a cart, I think. One thing that's going to be kind of silly, just due to the nature of it being a cart, is that, like, the wheels just pop on, right? Like, we're going to be like, oh man, there's still so much to go, and then we're just going to be like, pop, wheels done. Like, there's just going to be nothing to those. Oh yeah, I guess we averted a small crisis here. Because I noticed the 6 bag and the 9 bag, the 9 doesn't have like a line on it for you to be able to know that it's 9. So I kind of had to just figure that out and just be like, I think this one is 6. So thankfully I didn't open the wrong bag or anything. People actually don't like Cheeseland, right? I thought Cheeseland was an excellent course. I kind of remember hearing at one point that people don't like Cheeseland, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Most of the GBA courses, I think, got really good glow-ups. I heard that people are really hating on Mario Kart World right now. Apparently they dropped a patch that people figured out that if you're playing online and, like, Actually, I don't know if it works on... I guess it does work on... Like, you're given the 3 options, and then you can also pick random. And people figured out that if you pick random, it only picks, like, a traditional 3-lap courses. And people started only picking that because they're, like, fucking boycotting. And they only want to do 3-lap courses. And then they patched it and changed it, so now that will actually pick from all of, like, the intermission courses, too. And now people are really mad, because now they actually have to interface with the new game. I don't know how I feel about that. Because on one hand, I'm almost certain they're going to update the game and add, like, a classic mode for just the 3-lap courses. Like, they're gonna do that eventually. I'm almost certain. I think the only reason they didn't launch with it like that is because they knew that if they did, no one was gonna give the new mode a shot. So they kind of, like, brute forced it and said, like, no, this is the only thing you can do because we're gonna force you to give it a chance. And on one hand, fuck you, I'll play the game the way I want to. But on the other hand, Actually, that's the same hand. If they hadn't have done that, I probably wouldn't have given the new modes a shot either. I probably would have just been like, nah, I'm just doing traditional Grand Prix. Fuck this open world bullshit. Like, I probably would have also completely disregarded it. And I think that's why they made it that way. Because they knew that if they gave players an option, they were just going to choose to not do it. So I don't know how I feel about that. On one hand, I think the connected tracks, like, I came to terms with them, personally. But on one hand, a lot of the people that are probably upset about it have probably been playing the game so much that they have given it a chance and they know they're not going to like them at this point. Do you think they ever deal with... Like, I assume LEGO's like a huge corporation, so I assume they probably do a lot of like focus testing and stuff. Do you think they ever, with these bigger sets, deal with problems with kids losing interest because they just want to, yay, Mario! But then they're stuck building this for like 5 minutes? And they're just like, what the fuck is this? This isn't Mario. I want Mario. Yay, Mario. Toad Circuit's the worst one. As in, like, people actually vote for it? I'm surprised by that. that people, because I thought people just unanimously didn't like that course. Yep, we just do be building just a hunk of bricks. And now we're going to build another hunk of bricks. Now we're just going to put this aside for a minute and build another hunk of bricks entirely. Presumably going to fit them together then, but... Not this one. This one. People actually vote for Toads. That's really surprising, because I thought everyone just, since the start. I remember, like, because that was in, like, the first DLC pack, right? I remember people being, like, super negative about the DLC in general, and usually it was a lot of using that course as an example. So I would have thought that no one votes for it, ever. Or is it like a meta tryhard course? Like, is that why? Do you still see the meta problem where, like, everyone's using the same cart loadout? They kind of nerfed that and made that better, right? What's this piece? Yes. So remember, that was a big part of why I, like, completely lost interest in playing online. It was just a sea of Waluigi's driving wigglers, and it was like, man, this is boring. ultimately it doesn't matter in that instance. Like, I know in... Like, that was a big thing with, like, Smash Ultimate that I found to be kind of boring, is that it felt like everyone was playing the same character. And it was like, man, fighting against the same character is just fucking boring. Obviously, that doesn't matter in a game like Mario Kart as much, but... I don't know. Like I said, variety is my curse, perhaps. So now we gotta make another one of these to stick on the other side. Oh, I guess this is actually gonna be the front panel of the car. Like, the Mario logo is gonna go right there, I think. Maybe. You can tell the musicians were like, all right, we're not gonna get to do an actual like F-Zero soundtrack anytime soon, so we gotta go all fucking in on these remixes. Like, they didn't have to go this hard with Big Blue. Actually, you know what? No, they did. They did have to go this hard with Big Blue. Those fucking drums go, man. Even the drummer's going fucking crazy. All the sweaters are on F-Zero tonight. Is there like an event happening or anything? They didn't explicitly say that they weren't going to add non-Mario characters to World. But I think they said something along the lines of, like, when they were determining the roster, they thought it was unfair to bring in non-Mario characters because of, like, there's so much they could do with Mario characters. I want to see more Donkey Kong and Wario characters. That's what I want to see. I think this is looping. I think we hit a point of looping, but it took 4.5 hours to get to that point. That's a big-ass soundtrack. Yeah, I think Big Blue was... I think Melee was my first exposure. Maybe not. Because I think... even Smash 64, I was very... like, I went and played the F-Zero games after that, because I was like, I want to know more about this. So I probably was exposed to it there, but... I think Melee was probably, like, the first remix that I heard where I was like, yo, this is sick. Like, that might have been when it, like, really stuck. Because this is like the credits roll, right? I remember this was like one of the earlier tracks we heard. I'd think about, like, switching it up and putting a different soundtrack on, but I like how this one is really long. I feel like anything else I put on, like, I could put, like, the F-Zero X soundtrack on, but I don't think it's very long. It'll probably start looping very quickly. Wish they put the GX soundtrack on there. Yeah, on Nintendo Music. I think they only have the first 2 games on there right now. Unfortunately, they're doing that annoying trickle thing with adding new music. And half of the time, it's like, for instance, yesterday, they were like, or maybe this morning, they were like, oh yeah, there's new music on Nintendo Music, you should check it out, it's from New Super Mario Bros. U. And it's like, man, who fucking cares? Pretty sure even the average Yay Mario fan doesn't really give a fuck about the new Super Mario Bros. Games. Although I could be wrong on that. I did a deep dive on, like, series sales the other night, because I got to talking to a friend about it, and that inspired me to just, like, look up, like, what the sales are like for a bunch of different Nintendo series. Did you know that, like, in the top, like, 5 selling Mario games, it's, like... It's Super Mario Brothers is, like, the best-selling Mario game ever. Not counting, like, Mario Kart, Mario Party, stuff like... Well, Mario Party doesn't really sell that well, but Mario Kart obviously sells very well. Of the actual, like, mainline Mario games, I think the top 5 were Super Mario Brothers, Mario Odyssey... New Super Mario Bros., New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and I don't remember what the 5th one was. It might have been Mario World. Like, as much as we, like, make fun of New Super Mario Bros., there's a reason they made so many of those. This thing sold like fucking crazy. Exactly is this going? Here? That's about right. Let me double check on that, actually. Permission from Sega for GX? No. Because it's a Nintendo property. So they own all the distribution rights for that. Yeah, Super Mario Brothers, New Super Mario Brothers, New Super Mario Brothers Wii. Those outsold Super Mario Odyssey. Like, think about that for a second. Super Mario Brothers, New Super Mario Brothers, New Super Mario Brothers Wii, Super Mario Odyssey, Super Mario World. Out of, like, Nintendo's best-selling games, Super Mario World isn't even in the top 20. Which is kind of crazy to think about. In the top 20, there's also only 2 Zelda games. Like, if you ever find yourself thinking of... This is why I was like, I'm gonna put all this together. Also, for some reason, Restream just kicked me out. So, hold on. Is the stream still live? I can't see chat at the moment. I don't know why it punted me out like that. That was weird. We are, in fact, still live. I just may have lost a little bit of chat there. But yeah, there's a reason they made so many of those new Super Mario Bros. Games. 2 of them sold like fucking crazy. Now, the other ones didn't sell like shit. New Super Mario Bros. 2 and U, like, both sold very badly. Now, Wii U makes sense because it was on the Wii U. So... I find that kind of stuff fascinating, though, so that's why I compiled basically like everything I could find into a document so I could access it a little bit better. Trying to wonder what was like the highest selling Wii U game. Mario Kart 8 at 8.46 million units. Just 8.5 million, whereas Mario Kart 8 on Switch has sold 68.5 million. Sales numbers are crazy, dude. Find that sort of stuff extremely fascinating. Yeah, it looks okay. Just Restream logged me out for some reason. Abruptly. Okay. Oh, so that's to lock it all in. Yeah. I'm trying to do a better job, and I don't know how well of a job I'm doing, but I'm trying to do a better job of, like, actually keeping in mind that you guys want to see this stuff, you know? There we go. But I'm gonna have to hold this in a funky way to get this. There we go. You haven't played Odyssey? Odyssey's really good. It is an extremely good video game. I used to disrespect it a little bit just because it was, like, so overhyped on YouTube in particular. But it is a very good video game. I would probably say it's, like, the best 3D Mario game. Which might be a hot take, because people can't be open-minded enough to know that that doesn't mean I'm disrespecting Mario 64. Mario 64 is also very good, but it's also very old. It was an Odyssey demo? Huh, I don't remember that being a thing. Oh, excuse me. Sometimes you just gotta fucking let it go, you know? The annoying thing is, like, I would say you should play Odyssey, but the fucking thing is still $60 and it's fucking, like, 7 years old. Which is insulting. Like, it is very good, but the fact that it's still full price is kind of insane. It's one thing that I know I criticize people a lot for being like, Nintendo's evil, they're a company that wants to take your money. Yeah, that's what a business is called, motherfucker. Like, I know I criticize that a lot. That take, because it's a bad take. And I'm going to continue doing so. But, one thing that I do think they should do much better on is sales. Like, the fact that some of their games are as old as they are and they're still going for a full $60 is just fucking insane. Where peace? Here? What the fuck's it in here? Okay, whatever. Like, one game I've been wanting to get on Switch and replay, but I probably never will, is the original Hyrule Warriors. Because it's crazy to me that that is still $60. But yeah, like, Odyssey's very good, and I would recommend it, but it's also, like, why the fuck is it still $60 these days? And I know the answer. It's because it's still selling for $60. Like, people are still buying it for that. The bigger offender might be, like, shit like ARMS. Why is ARMS still $60? When no one wants that video game. Like, that's crazy. That might be I would pick it up just because if they would drop the price a little bit. Not even drop the price, just put it on fucking sale. The fact that, like, modern Nintendo, like, well, I don't even say, I don't even want to say modern Nintendo, because I feel like they never had eShop sales either. Like, that was just never a thing. It's just, I think, sales in general are more common these days. But that's one that they haven't really caught up with. Like, they're being very... We believe we can sell our stuff for full price. And it's like, ultimately, yes, you can, but that doesn't mean you have to hold it ransom like that. And I mean, I guess I should do the content creator thing here, and I say you should play Odyssey, but also, if I commit to that Switch 1 marathon, I'll be playing it, so there you go. You can look forward to that. I'm probably going to do that game first, because I think it's probably going to view the best. Like, a concern I have with the Switch 1 marathon is that there's going to be a lot of the early stuff no one's gonna give a fuck about. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna give a fuck about Splatoon 2 campaign, for instance. So I might start with Odyssey instead, for that reason. And then I'll go back for the other stuff. But yeah, I do think it's fun to even 100%. Or maybe like 99%. I feel like right at the end it starts to overstay its welcome if you're going for 100%. Like you get to that inevitable point where there's like 3 things you're missing and you can't find them, and that's when it starts to be like, I'm kind of over this. Now, mileage may vary, of course. Some people might not have that problem. I mean, I haven't. I mean, well, I have, but I've also done it multiple times, so obviously not enough of a problem to stop me from continuing to play it. Because I think I've 100% Odyssey at least twice. I want to say it might have been more than that, but I think twice sounds right. I wish I had enough room to, like, sit this in front of me. Maybe I should have cleared off more desk space over here, and then I could have these up there instead. Maybe something to try tomorrow and see how it feels. Oh, like a store kiosk demo, I getcha. Did I accidentally grab 2 of these? I did. No, I'll need it, so I guess I should have kept it out, but... Oh, doing the whole bumper in one pass, huh? Okay. But I guess that's why I kind of want to do the Switch 1 marathon, because I feel like a lot of people disrespect the Switch and the games that are on it, and I feel like there's actually a lot of really good games that a lot of people probably haven't played for a variety of reasons. And now there's... like, they're still worth picking up due to the fact that the Switch 2 gives them a performance boost. You know what? Fuck it. I was gonna fuck up the camera for a second, but hang in there. Try not to get sick. I'm gonna switch it up to F0 for a little bit. It's funny how as soon as I could tell the music was looping, it started to get very redundant. Unfortunately, it has that fake shuffle where it only shuffles once and then it just puts it all on loop instead of like purely random. Maybe there's a way around that, but it'll do for now. The jump on mirror. Oh no, you took that really scary one and fucked it up. Yeah, that one is still. It's not as scary as it looks, but it is also very scary. Or no. Oh, I know which one you're thinking of. I was thinking of Sandstorm. Da-da-da-da. But no, the one on Red Canyon is kind of rough too. I'm guessing you just got bumped like right before the jump and then it fucked everything up. Because that's one of those ones where the jump is totally free as long as nothing hits you before you get there. Yeah, just bumper caught ya. Yep. Bumpers suck. They do be rough. Wait, something's wrong. Ah, this one backwards. There we go. Oh, for some reason I thought that was going to take longer to put together. there. Now we're really starting to get somewhere. Has me wondering how close we are to finishing the card itself. I'm not gonna lie, I might be tempted to just power through and do it tonight. Because I'm having a good time. And I have a hunch that the cart is going to be a case of... Wow. The cart's going to be a case of... Like I said about the tires. It's going to feel like we still have a lot to go, and then just all of a sudden it's just going to be done. And it's going to be like, oh, we're done now. I guess we have to stop. I mean, I guess, like, we have to finish the bumper. There's still a lot to go there. There's probably at least still, like, 2 or 3 more bags just for the cart. Just gonna snap this on off to the side and keep moving. Just the bumper. Ooh, my back. Alright, now what are we doing? Probably the bumper covers, if I had to guess. That's like the dumbest way of saying it, but you know what I mean. Hopefully. Down to 58 pre-tip? How? I try so hard to spend those fucking things, and I somehow wind up with more constantly. Are you, like, intentionally waiting for Grand Prix, maybe? That's the only way I've been able to actually feel like I'm spending them. Is if I'm, like, deliberately only participating in Grand Prix. This goes here. So those go onto those pink pieces. Fuck out of here, little gnats. Who asked you? You weren't invited. There's still like a red part on top of there, isn't there? I think. Maybe? Guess I should give this more time. I should really, like, move these over here. Because then I could just be setting it there so that you can still see it. Like, you don't need to see the bins of parts, right? Hey, Dan, how's it going? We were talking about you earlier. Get out of here. Yeah, see, now I can just put this back here, and then you can actually, like, see it while I'm working on it. That's a much more better idea. Much more better idea. Ooh. Thank you, fan. Yeah, we were talking about how you have to be responsible when recommending games to people, and how I said I used you as an example with how your chat convinced you, oh, you like Breath of the Wild? You should play Wind Waker. You'll love it. Without telling you that they're completely different games. And I said, you have to be careful. Hype is a dangerous thing. You have to be careful with people's expectations. And now I'm not constantly reaching my stupid fat hairy arm in front of the camera to get pieces. So there's another bonus. I think that's it. I think the rest of those parts are spares. Yeah, see, I think we just talked, like, last week about how, like, I'd be curious to hear what you think about Ocarina of Time, but it's also, don't expect it to be anything. I mean, at this point, I think you do expect it to not be anything like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But I think early on, you may have not been properly prepared for that. The downside with having the parts over here is now I'm, like, finding myself centering here instead of centering here. So now visibility might be potentially worse. Oh, 9 is the... No, 9 is pieces and the tires. Still don't know why some of the tires were just loose in the box. That's strange. I mean, like I told you, I just played Ocarina of Time last year for the first time in like 20 years. And I was expecting to not like it. I was expecting to be like, this game hasn't aged for shit. But then I was actually like, nah, this game's still pretty good. I was surprised. Because it's, you know, it has rough edges, but... Oh yeah, they're definitely the outliers. Yeah, kinda. I still feel like Zelda 1... I like Zelda 1 more than Breath of the Wild. That's probably an extreme hot take, but I think Zelda 1 has, like, the right amount of freedom. I mean, if you wanted to make a game with a lot of freedom, then Breath of the Wild does do that well. It's just... That's just a very different type of game, I think, when it comes down to. Really, I think a lot of Breath of the Wild to me is it's just, and this is probably going to be a very hot take, but I don't think that game has a lot of character. A lot of people are gonna like probably immediately disagree with, and that's fine. But a lot of what the older Zelda games mean to me is a lot of character, and not just interesting characters, but like an interesting world. I didn't really find the Breath of the Wild world to be that engaging. Mostly because, even from Link's perspective, everyone you care about is dead. So it's kind of like, what reason do I have to care? Put the tires over here, I guess. But even then, like, character can be hit or miss. It's, I guess, the ultimate thing, because some would maybe argue that Skyward Sword has the most amount of character, but I would say, even as a Skyward Sword enjoyer, that character is part of what makes the game bad, and what makes people not like it. I almost firmly believe that Aonuma has no idea how to make a good Zelda game. And I think the ones that have been considered good have been, like, kind of flukes. And for, like, different reasons. Like, just for whatever reason, they've just resonated with people for the, like, in the right ways. But I don't think he knows how to, like, duplicate it. I think Zelda needs a Mario Odyssey moment where they let someone entirely different take over and see what happens. It might be terrible, to be fair. They might get some new blood in there, and that might also be like, meh, this isn't quite it. I think the interesting thing is, like, despite the fact that Zelda is like a household name, almost, and that, like, most people know what Zelda is I don't think... Well, no, I know. There's not actually that many games, all things considered. Despite the fact that people, like, criticize the games for, like, the formula, do they even have a formula? There's not enough games for them to have a formula. Like, there's ultimately just not that many. Not that many. And even less good ones. It comes to a point where you start to wonder why people expect the games to be good when I would argue that over half of them are not good. It's one of those weird things. What am I building right now? Once again, I question if they have trouble with, like, focus groups with kids, where kids just get bored and they're just like, I want Mario! Where's Mario? What is this? This isn't Mario. Oh. That makes sense. Those are gonna get in the way so much. See it now. How's Echoes of Wisdom? It was okay. It was okay. I would honestly... be interested in I mean, you know, what I keep saying. Switch 1 marathon. Replaying it. I would like to play it again. I don't remember. So it's fucking weird, man. Because like I don't remember being frustrated with Echoes of Wisdom or anything. Like it was fine. It wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. If anything, the one thing I remember being frustrated with is the characters in that game will not shut the fuck up for anything. I think Nintendo has this bad habit of making their games really yappy, and Echoes of Wisdom is, like, the highest that's ever been. Like, that game never shuts the hell up. And by the time you get to, like, the 7th dungeon, and you're being told the same shit that you've been told since the first dungeon, you're like, come on, man. Could you, like... respect your players a little bit? Like, I don't know. I get that you think that you're aiming your demographics children. I get that. And that you want it to be accessible for children. And I get that. Can't you add, like, an option at the beginning of the game for, like, level of tutorials? Can't you just, like, make it that when you boot... You're fucking Nintendo! You're fucking Nintendo! I think it's reasonable that people have an expectation of quality. Can't you have a thing at the beginning of the game that says, like, hey, what's your experience with video games? And have, like, 3 options. I've never played a Zelda game before. I've never played a video game before. Have, like, a middle option that's, like... I've played some games, but I don't mind the guidance. And then have an option that's just like, I've played all the games, shut the fuck up and let me play. Why is that not a thing? And it's not just a thing with Zelda games. I feel like even a lot of indie games don't do that. Where they just have a thing that says, like... Every now and then you see some, but I couldn't name any off the top of my head. But there's definitely some that will ask you, like, what level of tutorials Monster Hunter does it. When you boot up a Monster Hunter game, it asks you, like, what level of tutorial do you want here? And that's nice, because sometimes even as an experienced player, I'll be like, yeah, give me all the tutorials. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Like, that's fine. But having the option is really nice. And ultimately, would I have done the same thing in Echoes of Wisdom? Yeah, but then I could have at least said, it was a little yappy, but, you know, I did choose to keep the tutorials on, so that might be on me. Otherwise, Echoes of Wisdom is why I say that I don't think Aonuma knows how to make a good Zelda game. Because he seems to firmly believe that it is open world or nothing. Now, I don't think the open world nature of Echoes of Wisdom was the problem. In fact, I would maybe say that the open world elements of it were actually pretty good. Oh, the moment is here. The moment is here. My problem with Echoes of Wisdom is, and this, to be fair, this was by design, so I'm not, like, that upset about it. I just don't think it's, like, the greatest design. They kind of made it to be, like... I don't like open-ended puzzles. I don't like that. They kind of designed the puzzles in that game to be like, well, there's an intended solution, but we also added some stuff that you could, like, get around it in other ways, which in some ways works. I think Breath of the Wild did this a little bit, too, and I think, I would assume Tears of the Kingdom also did it. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Like, some of the shrines, there's multiple ways to solve them, right? And that's fine. But a lot of the times in Echoes of Wisdom, it felt like It felt like I was cheating. And I know in one of the interviews they said they wanted the player to have that feeling of discovering, like, oh, it feels like I'm cheating and just bypassing the puzzle. I don't want to bypass the puzzle. I want to do the fucking puzzle. The puzzle's there. I want to fight it. The enemy's there. Or the puzzle's there. I want to solve it. The enemy's there. I want to fight it. But they had this weird approach to Echoes of Wisdom where they were like, we're going to let you cheat and just go around it. And it was like, I don't know. It wasn't satisfying to me. If I wanted to skip it, I would have just not played the game. That's a level of open-endedness that I can't really get behind. But on the other hand, I only remember it coming up like 2 or 3 times in the game where I was like, oh, that felt like I just cheated. So it wasn't like overbearing. But I still didn't love it. If anything, there was another thing about that game that really bugged me, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. And this was by design, and I just don't agree with it. If any of you were here for the playthrough, you're gonna remember me pointing this out. Where peace. There is, Sorry, I'm trying to multitask to my detriment right now. The way you load up the spells in Echoes of Wisdom sucks. There's like over 100 echoes or something, right? Like, there's a ton of them. And despite that, the only way to load them up is through one long menu of all of them in a row. That game desperately needed, like, a shortcut bar, and when asked about it, they were like, so we deliberately didn't do that because we wanted people to... We basically wanted people to get lost in the menu and then see other things that they could try instead. And I was like, no, that's dumb. That's stupid. I kind of get what you're saying, because otherwise if you create a shortcut menu, then yeah, people are just going to use the same thing for the entire game. But... So? I don't know. That doesn't seem like that big of an issue to me. If people don't really want to toy with all of the options, or only toy with the options that look engaging to them, how is that bad? It's a let the player play the game they want, the way they want to play it kind of situation. So that was probably my big issue with the game, is that I felt actively discouraged to use the things that I wanted to use. It wasn't a matter of, I got a new thing. I felt forced to do it. I don't know. It was not great. So ultimately what I'm getting at is I'm looking forward to playing it again, because it actually took me a minute to even remember that part, you know? Also, I didn't like the you can turn into Link thing. That felt like an evolution of the super guides in, like, a bad direction. That was very much like, oh, did you figure out the solution to this boss, but it's taking too long to kill it? Just turn into Link and kill it in 5 hits. Like, I don't know, I didn't like that. Beats wandering around over the same areas continuously until you find the thing you missed. No, I'd say they're both equally bad. Because that's also terrible. I think they're terrible in different ways, but not necessarily one's worse than the other. How many bags? It's 17. We're on bag 9 right now. I think the bigger thing... So, here's the line for me. Like, what's the difference between open-ended puzzles that feel like you're cheating and wandering around getting lost because you can't find the solution? The difference is one of those is intentionally bad by design. Because, like, yeah, it's a flaw that they didn't make the things stick out enough so that you could notice them and be like, oh, there's the thing I'm missing. There's a spotlight on it, so I was able to easily see it and not miss it. That's, like, an oversight. But what they did in Echoes of Wisdom was outright, like, intentionally bad game design. Like, that wasn't an oversight they made. That was... They intentionally made it stupid. This must be the seat? Is that what we're doing right now? I think it might be the seat. So I think that's the difference between those two things for me. I think intentionally bad is... Especially when, again, you're fucking Nintendo and you're fucking Aonuma. Like... Don't you know who you are? I am. Like, you're better than this. Why are you coming up with intentionally bad game design and just sending it? That's wonky. I think part of what I'm getting boiling it down to is be blunt. I don't know if Nintendo's actually that good of game designers. I think they've just gotten lucky a lot, and do they know how to market themselves? Because I would probably argue that a lot of their, like, lesser-known titles are, like, better made than their mainstream titles in a lot of cases. Because I think those are the ones they actually care and, like, put in a lot of effort. Like, the developers care. I think, a lot of the really mainstream stuff is just like, oh, well, you know... The stockholders told us we have to make this. Okay. Goes here. I might not actually know what we're doing right now. No, this is the chair. I feel like I had a major moment in regards to, like, analyzing game design and such over the past, like, couple of weeks, months, even. Just, like, a couple of things happened where I was like, I think I see things differently now than I used to, for better or worse. Kind of what we were talking about earlier with, like, with Mario Kart World and Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, both of them are just kind of, like, underwhelming. But they're supposed to be... not. They're supposed to be, like, the next big thing, you know? I know people have been having the conversation for a decade about big developers don't know how to make video games anymore, and it's all about indies now. I know people have been having that conversation for a long time, but just recently it hit me in a way where I was like, oh, I see it. I see what they're talking about. Fortunately, it hasn't gotten to a point where I'm like so cynical that I can't even enjoy the video games anymore. Like, for the most part, I can still enjoy them. But I think in the case of Mario Kart World and Monster Hunter Wilds is like, I expected these games to be like, I'm going to be playing these games for the foreseeable future. So the fact that they kind of swung and missed, in my opinion, is kind of feels bad, I guess. How does this work? It's not really snapping in there easily. Oh, here we go. This isn't it, though. Oh, because there's the stand. I forgot about the stand. Alright, make sure these are going on the right way. So this way out. That right? Feels like that could pop further in. On the other hand, I feel like that might be just right, actually. No, it can go further in. We'll get what tomorrow, rather? Oh, are you trying to work your way up the leaderboards? You on that grind again? So they just fit together very specifically. I'm trying to make sure that they're nice and snug. Yeah, like I was saying, like, the wheels were going to be very... Now, I think there's still going to be hubcaps, so I think there's still a little bit to go. Because otherwise you're just going to have that exposed rod there, which is kind of weird. So I think they're going to have hubcaps. It's weird that they're going on the way they are. I feel like well, I guess it wouldn't matter if there's going to be hubcaps. We're not going to see it in the end anyway. Can't believe they made a working steering wheel. It's very funny. They don't even turn that much, but just the fact that it exists is like, that's neat. Now it's just undeniably a cart, right? I think, yeah, there's the stand. Oh, there's the hubcaps. So those are just gonna pop right on. So 2 of those. These. I feel like the seat feels incomplete. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to describe what I mean. Front ones aren't like terribly snug, so it feels a little weird, but 5.5 hours, so we'll probably knock out the stand. I don't know. Should I do the stand tomorrow? I think I want to just do it now, because the parts are loose. I don't want to risk them, like, taking a spill or something. Now, in before, this isn't all of the parts for the stand, and then I'm going to be like, oh, now I got to open the next bag and finish this. I can't leave the stand incomplete. Surprised you're still awake, Riley. Going hard on F-Zero tonight, huh? That's not right. Okay, now what are we doing? Apparently we're putting this aside. I should just turn that a little, since I'm finding myself working over here now. This isn't a perfect setup, but I think it's overall fine. What are we doing? One of these, and one of these. Yes. Okay. Oh, I guess that's so we'll actually be able to, like, position it a little bit. I guess. I don't know. So I gotta make the other side of that. I do think there's gonna be another bag for the stand. 2D versus 3D Mario. 3D's better in every way. Even comparing 2D Mario to, like, other 2D games, I don't think they're very good. There's another moment where I'm like, I think this side is slightly different than the other side was. Now it's gonna bother me. Either I did it wrong, or this side is just a little bit different. No, this side was just different. That's weird. So there's a thing for you, Riley. How do you feel about that? From an OCD perspective. So on this side, see if you can kind of put them side by side so that you can see. On this side, they had me put these pieces, like, one in. So it's not in, like, the first available hole, it's in the second available hole. Phrasing, I know. But then on the other side, it had me put them in the first holes. So would it bother you more that it doesn't match, or would it bother you more to change it and then so that it does match, but then it's against the instructions? Me personally, I'm going to choose to just go with what the instructions do, because maybe there's a reason for it. That's typically why I do that. Because maybe there's a reason they did it that way. I don't think there is, but, like, just in case, I guess. It's like the reverse from Sonic. Kinda? The difference is I think, like, the worst 3D Mario games are still better than the best 2D Mario games. And I wouldn't say that about Sonic. I think there's, like, a blurry line there. Because there are some 2D Sonic games that are pretty terrible, like Sonic CD. Like, I think I did a Sonic tier list a while ago, and I don't know if I talked about it much on stream, but I'm pretty sure Sonic CD was, like, as low as Sonic Heroes and 06. Like, it was really low. Which is probably blasphemy to a lot of people, but what can I say? I don't like Sonic CD. Don't question Lego. Yeah. Kinda. I mean, it's just a lot of, like, I don't know if there's a reason for them doing it that way or not. There could be. I don't think so, but there could be. I think it was more likely just an oversight. Trying to 100% Sonic Origins. Sonic CD is the one I never completed. It's not good. Six golden coins is better than 3D World. Mario Land 2 is like the one exception that is actually quite good. Sonic CD happens to be my favorite game. You're allowed to be wrong. No, more accurately, you're allowed to like bad things. I think if you try to play Sonic CD like it's Sonic 1, where you're kind of like just trying to get to the end of the game, it's fine. But if you try to interface with the time trial or the time travel mechanics like at all, the game is fucking terrible. Time travel mechanic is not good, and the stage design is not good. So, and they don't get along. So where is this going? I don't know, there's just a hole in the middle. That's phrasing. So now we can just kind of put it at a nice little angle. And there's our cart. This didn't work as well as I expected. Don't mind all the cables in the background. Alright, so the stand didn't take too long. Thought you wanted exploration in 2D Sonic, then you played CD. Exactly. It's... Tier CD fans talk about it, they'd say playing it to get to the end is the wrong way. Probably, but I think that's the only way it's enjoyable. I remember the first time I, like, seriously played Sonic CD was when the re-release came out, whatever year that was. And I got it on Steam, and I tried to play a lot of it, and I was just like, I don't like this game. Like, trying to do all the achievements to, like, find all the shit was just... It was just terrible. It was just not a good time. Yeah, I'd say we were probably, like, 55% through this, maybe 60%. So this is the bigger part of the build, for sure. It's a great stopping point for tonight, I think. We're, like, 10, 12, 11 minutes early, but... If you know your way, and this kind of goes for a lot of games, if you know your way around and know where everything is, it probably doesn't bother you as much. I thought about this with Metroid Prime, when we did the Metroid Marathon. Now that I know my way around Metroid Prime, I like it a lot. But I think the blind playthrough is not great. But once you know your way around, I think it's a lot better. And I think that just goes for a lot of games, for better or for worse. It's that thick-ass manual, man. I wouldn't say Mario 64 is the same way, because of what you pointed out not too long ago. Metroid Prime has the ability to be... Which I guess this is a point for Sonic CD as well, inadvertently. But Metroid Prime is a... If you don't know where things are, you are going to be stuck, and you're going to not know how to progress through the game. So I think that's a lot rougher. Compared to Mario 64 and Sonic CD, where, like, ultimately you can still finish the games. Like, you never get to a point in... If anything, Mario 64 maybe has the caps, but you don't really need the caps to finish the game, do you? I think you need Wing, but that's it. Ultimately, otherwise, you just need a certain number of stars, which is a little bit more... compatible. Yeah, we'll build Mario himself tomorrow. There's a part of me that wants to just burn through and do it tonight, but, like, nah. I haven't eaten yet or anything. There was actually a surprising amount of conversation tonight, so my throat's really tired. So that's a good stopping point. So yeah, we have 7 bags left. No. And those are all for Mario. A lot of these bags are kind of small, though. So I should have a backup plan for tomorrow, because it's probably going to take... Yeah, look, there's barely anything in this bag. A lot of these bags are like, why did you split them up like this? That one's pretty heavy. That one has a lot in it. What was I gonna say? I don't think... It'll probably take like 4.5 hours tomorrow, if I had to guess. 4.5 to 5 hours, probably, to finish. I'm definitely gonna have to find a place to, You know what's cool? I don't know how posable Mario is, or if he's, like, explicitly in a sitting position and you kind of only can put him in the car. But he's around the right size compared to Bowser, I think. So that's neat. It feels like they may have actually tried to keep a scale there, which is pretty cool. I'm definitely going to have to find a place to put this. I think I know what I'm going to do for where I'm going to put it. I'm just going to have to move some shit around. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. We will be back tomorrow to finish this up and build Mario himself. Build a whole-ass Mario for our whole-ass Mario Kart. I wanted desperately to make that the stream title, but I don't know how YouTube or Twitch feels about profanity in stream titles. I would assume they don't like it. But who knows? So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow to finish this up. I need to talk to Eno about potentially doing Monster Hunter on Friday. I don't know what we're going to do on Thursday. I have absolutely no idea. About to take a week off to just be a potato and watch GDQ and do a bunch of artwork. So I don't want to start, like, a whole new game. Like, I don't want to start something new just to be like, we're not going to play it for over a week. So I have no idea what we're doing on Thursday. No idea. What I should do is just play more F-Zero, but I don't know if I want to. I think I'm a little F-Zero'd out. I might just take the night off. I don't necessarily want to do that, but that might be the thing to do. Oh, wait! Mario Strikers is out on Thursday, isn't it? I think Mario Strikers is being added to GameCube Online on Thursday. I've never played that. Maybe we'll do, maybe fuck it. Maybe we'll fuck it. Maybe we'll just play that. I don't know if I can play it for 6 hours, but it's better than doing nothing. Maybe we'll do that. I think that's on Thursday. I was actually tidying up last night, and I was going to put the GameCube adapter away, but I was like, I might actually need it for some GameCube stuff. If they add stuff at a decent pace. Oh, I know. So if we can play that, and if it winds up not being enough, like I can't play it for 6 hours, I can play Soul Calibur 2. There we go. GameCube Online on Thursday. I figured it out. I cracked the code. And then we'll have played everything except... No, we've played everything on GameCube Online. There is no fourth title. If you thought that there was like a Zelda game on Switch on GameCube Online, you're wrong. There's no such thing. It'll just be F-Zero GX, which we've already touched, Mario Strikers, and Soul Calibur 2. That'll be the entire GameCube Online library. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Something you have to keep in mind for tomorrow, I'm gonna have to keep the fan on all night. Having the lights on, it gets so much hotter in here. I didn't realize... I forgot about that, because it's been so long since I've had both of the lights on. Usually I have the room light on, which doesn't cause as much heat as these do, I don't think. I thought about doing it without this light. That's way too dark. That's way too dark. There's no way. Anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Take it easy. We will be back tomorrow to finish this up. I always have a great time with these. The sad thing is always facing the facts of... It's not like... Lego doesn't have replayability. You know what I mean? Now, from what I've done with this one, I don't think this would be a complete nightmare to take apart and do again. I don't know if I'm not eager to do that right now, of course, but that's the one thing that sucks, is finishing a project is like, oh, I want to do another one, but they're expensive, so I shouldn't. Yeah, I think I played... I don't know if I've ever played the original Strikers. I played the one on Wii, and I played the demo for the one on Switch, and I liked it, but again... Nintendo never puts their shit on sale, and I was like, I'm not buying that for $60. Like, that's not happening. Like, it was fun, but I was like, I don't think it's, like, $60 fun. So it'll be interesting to play the first one. I don't think I ever have. I think I tried to play it on emulator once, but, like, couldn't for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I have played it before, and I'm just remembering incorrectly. Anyway, as I said, thank you for watching tonight and hanging out. Conversation was great. I had a great time. So we will be back tomorrow to finish it up. Maybe I'll just do the basic Nintendo music playlist tomorrow and just let whatever happens happens. And we'll see what happens. That's what let what happens happens means. I'm tired. So yeah, take it easy. I will see you all tomorrow, I hope.